Good. Welcome back. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everybody isn't getting grilled as much as me by the sudden burst of heat once again. Somebody needs to tell the sun to get like a medium setting instead of just being either fully blasting or non-existent. Can I not? Do I need to have my controller plugged in before I start the game? Is this one of those games? Hold on. Restart. Very well prepared, I know. Don't worry about a thing. There we go, okay. So it is one of those games. Now, we're supposed to be looking around for more clues today. Why is my place cleared out? What? Ignoring that, but I also have no idea what we're supposed to be looking for, considering that we basically have everything we need. At least I feel like it. Unless there's actually one big plot twist coming up, but... Minute back in one piece. Just... Sorry, that's not him. I thought she was talking. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. Got a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London. We were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. How common was it that you get run over by a carriage, by horses? It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you? And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Well, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yeah, that's... So I can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer. I mean, hasn't it been months since you've been here? I guess it has been after she left. I don't know if it's... at least like a good while, I think. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him. We're still on that, huh? I've had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. Did he know about the shadow government and try to expose it, and that's why he got murked? I don't even remember anymore who the culprit was. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. So, big empty space. Oh, is this... wait. Is this before we moved in here? No, it can't be. Because I'm pretty sure this case started with the both of us... Oh no, wait, this case started with me being here, going down, and then we went into the flashback, I remember, okay. We reinstalled the aquarium. Thanks for keeping sea creatures, they're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Well, in some restaurants it is. It's kind of funny that somebody was like, yeah, you can pick out the animal that we killed for you. I bet there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind. I mean, this lady flings around fully grown men on the regular. I don't think she struggles with heavy-looking luggage. Do we yap or not? We know that Suzuki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But if he isn't the culprit, then obviously... The poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Enough for us to have another look around, I think. I mean, yeah, the police constantly overlook stuff or just doesn't show up to court with it for some reason. I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left on the bar of soap. Well, we run into Inspector Gregson. We could ask him about that. Let's get schmovin'. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Wouldn't that then just be Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings, considering that's his room especially? Oh, hello again. Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you are aware. Yeah, I know the score. What's his voice again? For some reason, I have it very vividly in my mind, once I get it. But also, I struggle every time he starts talking again to remember what it was. It's kind of like a radio reporter, an old-timey one. Ah, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window, did you find it? And with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The result should be available later today. It's wonderful news, thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in there. So, why is it bricked up again? It never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked up window. Don't talk about it again, please. After termination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? This floorboard looks kind of loose. Like there's something hidden under it. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During the heated literary debate, yes. Who is stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite the discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mr. Seto. Let's hope it stays that way. Soap. So it turns out that Mr. Shamsphere wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. To prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. Certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if such a son and I are going to make it to spring. Yeah, but if you're rich, wouldn't you have maids and so on employed, so you could just ask them for change and, you know, like that would take care of it, I feel like. It's true, we don't even have a meter in Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. But you are on the highest floor, so all the heating that Mr. Sholmes does, because he's probably that kind of guy, goes straight up to your place. Look how dark the stain on the floor underneath the meter is there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. Very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsphere must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. You could say he was a smooth criminal. Okay, so isn't really anything to look at here. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? A lot on Zeke's orders here. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every big nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Maybe something outside. The bars of soap. Check it? No? Why is this place visitable? I don't know where I would go to Gyarados. I don't know where I would go to any of these places, honestly. I guess I'll go to the hospital. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that Moustache the villain gaveth me. Forgiveth me, milady. I wish that you died from that poison. Okay. God a mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold, my Shamsphere dance. I prefer the other dance. One where he just swoogles from side to side. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah! Lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. Oh now. What you doing here, Mr. Shamspeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned to another world. I was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark. He clad? In faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. He's not even mad. He's actually taking it in stride, that's kinda nice. But, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Damn, he's strong. Anon, exhumed. Mr. Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case. But there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green. Everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll be well soon enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. So, what if I were to say, look at the picture? I can't? Okay, never mind. So, you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? From getting impaled in the back? I mean... Well, yeah, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. Yeah, you know, I'm smart like that. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay. Where am I going? Maybe he's home now, that he's no longer at the hospital. He is not. Okay. Sure. Gary Deb. Gary Deb me. One moment though. Mr. Gary Deb appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay, I mean... Prison? Isn't me? Local prison, cell number 9. Okay, what the... Where am I supposed to go? Game, what are you doing to me? Nobody's anywhere, like... sure I'll talk to Mr. Sholmes. The last person you'd expect to have to talk to progress the plot. Ah, Bruno and Susie, hooray! You're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever as Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. What is that foul smell? Sholmes, who didn't shower for like 5 weeks for an experiment. The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? What? Oh, the moustache case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you'd think you'd... Okay. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. Everyone seeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Holy ego. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. A victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Is that point of him doing his cold burning fire? Lord Baroque Fonzies. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought in someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is firefighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Holy voice. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. Since a general loathing of all Japanese people, of all of the glorious country of Nippon. Japanese people. Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt that even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Von Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Baroque von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Okay, so why even bring it up if you're not gonna tell? What's the stank? Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some... what? A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. So... what's that for? Why? There's some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Oh, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris. At the ready, Hurley. Is it gonna be like, oh, if you have these tea leaves, then they turn poisonous, yada yada? Let us add a drop of my chemical to this soup of, this cup of tea here. Soup of tea. They're completely black. What a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. Oh, it's cheese rolls. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. Darjeeling? That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally? Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence what this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we're entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant is a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. I suppose I should find out more about that. What you got for me? An example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. The only thing I know about forensic science is luminol. I think that's pretty much the height of my knowledge. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Also the fact that police play semi-dirty because they know the law and pray that you don't. With stuff like, oh, here's a glass of something to drink, yada yada. And then they get your fingerprints / DNA from it when you discard it because trash technically belongs to, you know, it's nobody's property anymore, so everybody can go up and grab it. And that's how they get around that stuff. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is particularly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Holmes? There are others in the field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints? What? Nomenclature. Holy shit, I can't read. A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Is that the same thing that we used in the last trial of the last game? Where you shoot things and it's like, oh, this blood turns green, yada yada. Average ace attorney magic? Pretty much, yeah. Well, not really. The original trilogy had like actual luminol and stuff going on. And dusting of fingerprints. Not just, oh, here's my magic liquid. You do this and you know exactly who sneezed at hour 5:15. You also had a Magatama revealing people's secrets? Well, no. You had a Magatama that showed you when the people were lying, and then you had to break their heart locks to get them to open up to you. That's totally different, okay? I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Alligator. No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us. Were we, though? Were we? You said we witnessed your forensic talents in action? Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood, probably, maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'll eagerly await your arrival. The fangirling is so unreal. So now what do I do? Ah, he made it. No, what a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? How she's disillusioned is a miracle. The glasses aren't even rose-tinted anymore, they're just completely drawn shut. You can't see through them. Oi, what you doing over there, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me. Once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? Your autism makes you prone to deleting evidence is all. Did he do that before? I don't remember. I just remember him accusing people randomly, going like, yeah, case is shut, this one did it. And then later, after it's revealed that they didn't do it, he's like, well, I never said they were the murderer. I just said, you know, it would be logical that it's just a matter of time. You're not wrong there. What's all this? Oh, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruto. Now close your eyes, put this apple on your head. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. The mask with the eyes is kinda creepy. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. They're secreting all over the place, my dear fellow. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical. It is nice to have an animation, even if he's not wearing his normal outfit. That is true. I do appreciate the extra effort of giving the mask the little eye animation. Which makes it all the more weird that they didn't put, like, their usual or like something to the new outfits that would help with their usual gimmicks. Like when I push up my sleeve or my armband, there's nothing there on the new outfit. Everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Now spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required. The suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. There was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Well, we know there's stuff going on here. Why is there a massive handprint on the stairs? Did their wrestling match go a bit too crazy? This could be a scene in a very different kind of game. Yeah. So, am I not done? Where did I not spray yet? What's happening? Sure, you don't have to. I'm pretty sure I didn't delete. I didn't download a fan mod. Okay, what? There are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Sends a chill down my spine. Some intense handprints, as if somebody got slammed into the wall over and over. Was leaning against the wall while he was admiring the picture. Yup, that's exactly what happened that night. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. They took a really close look at the picture. Oh, look at that, there's a cheek print on the picture, huh? Curious, I guess he really wanted to get super up close and see like each individual brush stroke. I'm still not done, I need to... Oh wait, is it the loose floorboard that I need to spray? Fucking called it. Something got stored, but it wasn't a brush. Man, look at this picture. Somebody must have really beaten their brush around here. We got all the paint out. They used a lot of white around this area. Ah, that's curious. Looks like this paint also glows in the dark. Going by the pattern, I would assume that he must have accidentally squeezed the tube too hard, so the paint shot out everywhere. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did. But there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean. Kind of convenient that we got this right now, right here, for when it becomes relevant. I think the floor warrants close investigation. I won't be a moment. She's just reenacting it. Alright then. Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? No way! I thought they just constantly stumbled there and then had to brace themselves from falling over and over. Excellent work, Miss Susato. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What's y'all doing? Inspector Gregson. But they just enjoy different positions? Well, as you can see when you have a look around this place, there is actually no bed. So, I guess the poor just had to get a bit creative. That aside, right this minute, it's my job to investigate here. No need, Inspector. You could continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here. You fancy putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes? A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. At a second glance, you can also tell there's no need for a bed since nobody would fuck this guy willingly and he's too poor for a hooker. I don't know about that. I feel like, okay, first of all, the whole scheme of his is to save up money, so, you know, he has to spend it on something. Also, secondly, guys like that guy, like pretentious artsy guys, there's always somebody who just falls for that shit. It's like the guy that always has to bring his guitar to every party. Somebody's always bound to fall for that shit for no reason. Just brain off right into it. A secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! Now Gregson is reenacting. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. Then they play the same song every damn time. Not even the full song, just, you know, the first couple parts because they couldn't learn any further. Or just the hook. Either or. They're like, pling, pling, plop, wait, hold on. I got it. Pling, pling, plop, sorry, well, give one more time. Listen, this doesn't normally happen. Like, give me one more, like. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? It's kind of like, okay. It's kind of like people that know how to play the piano. Every time they see a piano, they have to immediately sit down and start playing to show off. Incidentally, this doesn't normally happen, is what they say again about an hour later. I investigated once. On the little crate. She's so small. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. I don't buy that. Maybe something's on the back of the picture. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there in one place like that. Piano, you kinda get it. You can't just bring that thing everywhere, so you gotta use the opportunity. Just really is an amateur reed organ player, so you can relate. Okay, how often do you go to a place and there's just a reed organ just standing there? There you are, a print for you. Photograph of the handprints on the wall. Pretty sure you have the only one in the area. I'm desperate to know. So am I. I could bring my instrument everywhere, but I don't think that's a good choice. Can I investigate this on my own? No? Okay. What you find, mister? Love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. When I got it cause your great uncle was looking for someone to take it, and if you hadn't, they would have scrapped this 100-year-old piece of art. Hang on, that sounds rough. I'm kind of... when my grandma died, I think I told this before, like my parent and my aunt, my dad and my aunt sold the house and probably most of the stuff in there. And was like, oh, everybody can have like one memorabilia. You can like choose between these couple things. I think my aunt said, or she just gave me the one. I still have it around. It's basically like a little bronze statue, I think, of the 3 monkeys. Considers there's some stuff you'd need fixed on it, but nobody has the experience to fix the damn thing. That's just unfortunate. Time to learn it yourself via YouTube how-tos. My grandma had like a massive painting she did in her living room. I think that probably got sold as well. I'm kind of sad about that. I would have loved to take that. But, you know, back in the day, my brain wasn't quite there. So I kind of missed my chance, I think. What is it, Jones? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we are such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yeah, I heard. It's good to know. We established already that I have the right to inspect this area for clues, so I should be able to look what's there. Alright then, fair's fair. What? Did you discover the hiding place after all? Was should I at least fill you in? Daily Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Why? Stop making me out to be some kind of nut? There were 3 items out of the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now what you want to know? Start with the photograph. You put it such a niche that there's only one book that teaches you how to play, and it's so incredibly old. It still uses old German, so there's no doubt no YouTube videos for that particular issue. Huh. Wait, what are we dealing with here? Am I stupid? Am I not thinking of anything even close in the ballpark? There's really nothing anywhere about fixing those things. I guess they are, or they have very finicky inner workings, so unless you have specialized tools or something, it might be kind of rough. But really, since your version is also a really old model, so this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Looks familiar. Gentleman on the left is Mr. Gary Depp, the landlord, of course. That's not what we should be focusing on. Who's the young man on the right? The fact that you don't remember already is his son? Brother. He got the memory of a goldfish. He has a worse memory for people than I do. You can take that print if you like. Really? You sure? We can presume, therefore, that the Yard already knows the identity of the young fellow that is. Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't on me pastimes. My dear Inspector, I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. It is my failure. I mean, what did you expect here? Why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor? because he's a hired assassin. Or maybe he's the guy in the picture, and he's being the actor, the crazy actor guy to be undercover or some shit. That would be actually a crazy plot twist. Can I inspect the picture more? Or is it just the usual zoom in thing? Okay, it's only the usual zoom in thing. Tell me about that tin box. Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? But I suggest, Inspector, that you open it. If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth beyond this case, let me guess it's locked, and the lock, or the key is the one around Olive Green's neck. I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. Oh, okay. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! What if there's just a false bottom in it? You know? Death Note style? You didn't even have a chance to utter the word, Mr. Naruto. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Have we, though? Like, why would you hide an empty tin box? Like, can we not have that? Hey, rude. It's like this was cut out of the newspaper, but 3 months ago. It was about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. Oh, terrible. My deadline's down here in London as well. Oh, sorry, my mouse is on the screen, I didn't even notice. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness. He committed a capital offense? Some reference the company that made the reed organ was around from 1899 to 1959, and yours was made in the earlier years. Not really any high chances except for maybe a musical history prof. Maybe some... I mean, I'm sure there's collectors around that would go crazy over something like that. But yeah, finding people that have such a highly specific interest would be tough indeed. And then you'd also have to pray that they are so incredibly interested in the topic that they also know how to keep them intact themselves and don't just keep them around to look at them. A man by the name of Selden nests of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. His last words were, "You want my treasure?" And go look for it. It's really a lost cause. And do you want to keep it to play it? Well, yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting that you sell it off. People loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. How much you... how likely do you think it is that the actor guy, the jewels on his costume are real jewels and that's the treasure? Why such an article would be so carefully enclosed on the floor? I suppose, now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got in Selden back in the yard and see if I can turn anything up. The capital offender article has been... Okay, why do I get everything except the tin box? That actually is kinda... annoying me a slight bit. It's a cat! It's the cat! It's John Cat. Only other thing you can think of would be asking an antique store if they know anyone. I mean, that could work. Box is empty, they said so. Okay, let me inspect it. And constantly keep saying shit like, oh yeah, we didn't see anything wrong here, and then it's like a bloody handprint in the middle of, I don't know, the murder weapon. Why don't we call it Wagahai? Like Mr. Natsumi refers to himself in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. What if there's a hole behind that stage? Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai. Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. What? That cat is probably eating better than Ryunosuke. Mystery meat, my favorite. Juicy, juicy pigeon. First food this room has seen in years. I just hope we can bring some happiness to its owner too. Examine the cat. Vibing. That was a cheeky little meow Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Okay, can we maybe check behind here again? See if there's a hole, anything? No? You done here? Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Seldom by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmates, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay, it's weird that he has an article like this, but I don't think you can say that it was murder, right? You know, if the guy gets killed anyway, I don't think he got poisoned. It's very suspicious, but why would you kill somebody that's already awaiting the death penalty? Like, what's the point? I can't present her with anything? Why? I want to show her the picture. Can I look at the picture here again? Be like, oh, it's the same guy! The fact that there's no new dialogue for this also kind of a tilter. How is that, like, come on, man. To keep him from blabbing about something else? I mean, that would be possible. But in that case, why even let him get all the way to prison? I feel like on his way to prison, or as he got convicted for capital punishment, he would try to make a bargain deal and try to spill the beans. Maybe Gary Depp and I show him the picture? No? Okay. I love it when you have 10,000 places to go to in these games and you have no idea where the game wants you to go, so you just click randomly, praying for an update. Just deduce it? I'm going by process of elimination. What are your thoughts on this? What indeed? Let me see. I don't know, really. It's fine to say so. I won't hold that against you. Okay, so... This is empty. 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 I must have overlooked something here. I can't talk to the guy or present something. The cat just came in, but I already looked at the cat. Oh boy. I mean, usually they'd give me an update if somebody new arrived, but... maybe they didn't for some reason. Do you want to talk about something? Gas thief sounds so weird. It's still a thing nowadays? Yeah, probably. Not just for housing and so on, but also for places. We have like a hobby mart, kind of, where you can fill up your own propane, I think. You can just drive up, fill it up, and then pay, which is also just kind of a weird concept to me. But I'm not a fan of the whole propane stuff in general. Like, gas grills are just, I don't know, they're scary to me. They're just an accident waiting to happen. Like, anything is slightly wrong with that thing and you are blown to high heaven. Over here you have to exchange empty gas canisters for full ones. If you don't have an empty one, you can't get a full one. That's at the supermarket, no? For your sparkling water injector. You have a gas grill, they're actually really safe. I mean, I'm sure they are, otherwise you would hear about it way more often. But in my brain, I'm like, oh, there's an open gas or there's a gas canister right here that could just demolish me if it ever went off. Like, I guess the good part about that is, if you're ever turning on the grill and then that thing explodes, it's over so quickly you don't even notice it. I guess that's the good part about it. The same as a gas stove? Well, yeah, I also don't like gas stoves. That's scary as well. Honestly, that's even scarier, because imagine you forget to turn that thing off and then you just gas yourself and slowly get tired, don't know why, and fall asleep, and it's all over. Or, you know, not that, and you just, I don't know, turn on the lights, and then the spark from that sends the whole place high. Ding, 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 ding. Do you remember who killed the guy? Cause I don't. I tried to remember earlier, I couldn't. Or was that left a mystery? Phoenix Wright is also Naruhodo in Japanese, right? What's his first name? Is that still Phoenix, or is that something more Japanese as well? Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma's true intentions? Oh, okay. New pose. His katana. Never expected to inherit his sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. I think his first name is Ryuichi. Hmm. They really like to stuff the word dragon into every first name for protagonists. That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asobi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did you mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Okay, I'm actually at such a loss now. What does the game want from me? Oh, okay. I needed to hear about the soul-possessed katana to have this guy be in his actual cell. Prepare for 20 minutes of this guy just emoting at us. Somebody pretending to be a cat, he didn't even meow once. I'm disappointed. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what's your name then? As yet I have no name. Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. You think you could open your eyes for us? I am not a cat. What's going on? What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court proved that there's hope. Yes, yes, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings. What? He was in your room? Here, there, everywhere. The fact that this guy is still scared of him, even though I already helped him escape him once, is insane. But I guess he is insane, so it's fitting. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes. Yes, we must. You know what? Yeah, I'll just yap at you. That rotten Shamsphere. What have I ever done to him? You got him free tea, how dare you? That's why you don't talk to your neighbors, by the way. They just get you imprisoned for murder. I'd rather not, me neither, but the faster we get through this, the faster we can get away from him. I don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently. I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume. About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. You know what? I think this might actually be good for him. If he's so broke he's struggling for rent and heat and meals, the fact that he's in prison is probably quite a banger deal. Free bedding, free meals so you don't die on the way, and probably just enough heat so you don't freeze to death. Only issue is he doesn't get any new books, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. Maybe go to prison for something that's not murder, though? Yeah, I guess, you know, that's kind of an issue. But the fact that we always get him out... Also, I don't think he pays us any fee for being a lawyer, does he? I think we actually do this shit for free. So he just has to bank on us doing an actual good job. Pretty sure we get paid by the Overlord of Mankind. The Spice Overlord. Spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Oh, so the criminal was the guy that lived there, not the blonde man. So the blonde man, the painter boy, might actually be the actor. And the fact that they lived together might also add to the fact that the gems he's wearing on his outfit are the real gems. What if part of how they made mad money and so on was by the actor, who previously was a painter, making fakes of really high value pictures or paintings? You bring scores of super soft souls. Or he carved soap into gems and then painted them realistically. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. That's more likely. He's just a soap dealer. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They wouldn't find a drop of poison in it, that's a solemn sworn Sasuke certainty. I mean, this kind of works, but I'm still a bit miffed that it's not all starting with the letter S. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. Yeah, but then how did he get tea to make coins? Both put it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. This shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus on tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Do you think, with the whole trying to copy stuff realistically, like gems and paintings, maybe he tried to copy the tea, like what Mr. Sherlock Holmes said? He tried to fake tea leaves into higher grade looking tea and accidentally drank the painted tea leaves because he was too good at faking them and he couldn't separate them anymore. So he could upsell shit tea. Don't think so. Yeah, that would be weird, but who knows? Honestly, I'm just throwing a lot of stuff at the wall right now. It's been too long since I've been offered a present with the delightful, humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Is this the guy that died? What's this? Newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my logic. What? It's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. The miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Capital offender. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That self man was arrested about a year ago. At the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Gerrydad's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's exactly right. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is the curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? Jesus. It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Seldon, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances, and the room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with right now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes. Well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Okay. Playing into my fear. Gas? Only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Gerrydad came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I had known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is. At first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I was struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. I think that's just because you're poor. No offense. But why's the room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating and overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, all the offense? Stinky poor people in my London? The pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. Exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. Hey, if this is something that regularly happens, the light goes out and the room fills with gas instead, shouldn't he talk to the gas company to fix it? Considering that the gas company comes by at least once every 3 days. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Bet you they'd make him pay for it? I don't know. Considering that it sounds like gas is leaking from them for free, I feel like they would just do it themselves before they lose more money. Whatever can the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garriab's room? What? So, do you know about this painting? Have you had some weird things going on there? Mr. Natsume, what do you think about this? Ah, there it is. That leathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, slickly, psychotic saboteur. You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely. And I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's... friendship finished firmly forever. I don't know what we can... that we can blame soap for everything that's happened. Care to elaborate on these, maybe? Okay, so he's just useless. Big shock. Maybe he knows something about the envelope, actually. Nope, okay. Useless. Mr. Knockoff Joestar. Red belly business. It is for me, you know, getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. A fate in my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes? Because the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings, or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yeah, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened? Dun, 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 dun. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? I don't know, you tell me. Your lodgings or your lodger? Back in the lodger. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chef of questionable character, eh? Yes, the host does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that belly curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, you heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. And then, there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Also, one of them is your fault, so... yes, well, so is that blessed convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. Not so sure about that one. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here? Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Is he ever useful? Heaven forgive me. The word just came to my lips. So, what about your lodgers? Hello, okay. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor, yeah. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. Is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamsphere been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. It's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garidet, if I may ask? Well, was that Selden scoundrel as it happens? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Alright, I kind of forgot about that. Let me see here. Just... Hold on. You know, whatever. I'll make a mental note. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face and the actor fellow? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. And 'tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shansphere, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. We have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor rooms are vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. You repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor, nothing. Very well. We have an accord. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate. From what I heard on call today, it sounds like the chap was Stephen Gas. That man. It was 3 months in arrears. With the rent, too. I'm dying. Yes, the fellow was a belly play, alright. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garridan. We're most grateful. By the way of appreciation, allow me to say one or two words. Do you have to? And give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me, or longings. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow. One of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. So, have you ever seen this man that you're clearly in a picture with? Your son who is with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. See by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? The lodger's abduct. Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yeah. Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out of the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas had alerted me, it has. Ah yes, it's synonymous with the smell of death. We called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all barely collapsed. The gas? Did you know that a lot of gas doesn't actually smell, so to make sure that people don't die because of that stuff, They usually mix something in to make it smell like rotten eggs. So you're immediately alerted if something's wrong. Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. Your father's a... Okay, fair enough, I guess. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. Kind of short-sighted that gas ends up smelling like paint. What kind of paint are you using that smells like rotten eggs? Well, that's a belly curse. The convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. That reminds me, actually. It's actually pretty common for people calling about a smell of gas and it's just a paint job. I've never heard of that. Also, I've never had paint that smelled bad, honestly. About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no! Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So, I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. If only we knew who that was. It's such a mystery. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. Are we sure about this? It might. I think we should leave well alone. Okay, but... You know... He's already dead. Not going to harm anybody if we just read the thing. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling olive green. What? Such a shocker, color me surprised. Mr. Naruto, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. So... know anything about this scrap? Okay, buddy, just whatever. I shall go turn on my lights and come back with something to drink and a snack. Be right back. Off to the hospital next. In about a minute. And she left. But her bag is still here. Mr. Naruto, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news. But hopefully... Miss Green! Was she about to drink poison? What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. We were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. So, an interesting medicine bottle. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. Like whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. What a dumbass. How is he still alive? What if you have to take something you don't like? It's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before. It's kind of funny how the British water got to him. Kind of funny how Susato is literally the exact opposite of Maya. Maya would be such a gremlin, she would be reading the note before we even got the chance to click on it. Meanwhile, Miss Susato at every turn is like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now this isn't very becoming of you. Trucy's also like Maya? Is that the magician lady or whatever? You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Miss Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, huh? What if I don't talk to her and I just immediately shell shock her? The aesthetics are all wrong, okay? Fuck you too. We were hoping to ask you about someone, Mr. Duncan Ross. Also, do you see a pun with Duncan Ross? Am I just blind? Do I not have the brain capacity for it? Yes, my purple medicine. It is definitely not poison. Do you imagine if it just started sizzling and burning through the floorboard? Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? But I actually cut everything short. I didn't get to ask her a single thing. Oh, never mind, she lives. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Well, you have a picture of him right there. Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. I was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. Might be a Macbeth reference, honestly. I felt more Romeo and Juliet, but I guess? Shakespeare in general. Shakespeare is a big fan of just drinking poison or pretending you're dead. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. That's certainly phrasing. There's neither a Duncan nor a Ross in Romeo and Juliet. I guess that's fair. Oh wait, that's what you meant. I thought you meant the poison was a... Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, no, I get it. I understand. We were very much in love, and we were engaged to be married, actually. And that's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Gary Dance. Yes, he told me you found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. Here's an idea. If you're that strapped for cash, maybe don't throw it into a big wedding to just, you know, basically give it to the church. And instead invest it into your marriage life with your significant other instead. And then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Oh, Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. With my controller. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Wait, no, don't. Yeah, the controller isn't working again. Gotta love it. You know what? Mouse and keyboard it is. Screw it. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So, I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but do you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on your... Mr. Naruhodo. Uh... Can we talk about the poorly dead chunky rat in the background? Surely we're not about to leave. It's quite out of the question. Huh? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows is all. I'll make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens. That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Yippee! Oh, wait, what? Wait, hold on. How does one... Wait. Okay, I found one. Where's the other? Aha! Okay. It's M and B for whatever reason. Oh, how you doing, Gunsphere? Show me Dead Rat. Wait, that's... Oh. Oh my god, it's HNBM. What kind of keyboard layout is this? That mouse seems to be dead. Look. Didn't notice it there before, did you? Good. Me too. Having a decent day. Was kind of way too hot today, but I live. I think perhaps I drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. Ah yeah, I love when I drink medicine and immediately just fall over dead. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think? Somebody switch out the medicine with poison. Nice, you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before were spilled out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Is every case in this game going to be, oh, the victim was poisoned? By the way, now it's your turn to figure out how they got poisoned? Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. What you gonna give, huh? What you gonna do for the mouse? Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? She gave CPR to the mouse? Once we left, would you have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? I... No! Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. I have so many questions. Why would she do that though? You know, if she's so eager to end her own life, why didn't she just do it before? Or was she just on her way from the local poison cellar to her home to do it? Definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. It might be a... what are they called? The letters you write when you're like, okay, here's my last thoughts, GG's. Even if you're eager, it's not something you do on a whim. I guess that's true. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Is it just a suicide note? I think it's just a suicide note. The name, I mean. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Suicide? Question mark? 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Suicide exclamation mark? Suicide semicolon? Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, suicide hyphen. Suicide dollar sign. Now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has lifted off me. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. The heartache? Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. It seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no! Oh, it's all my fault! What have I done? Mouse killer. I shall remove this to my office. Miss Green, I take it you have no objections. No, none. Don't talk about your trauma, Stella advised Susato. That looks oddly familiar with the tear. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital. I have information regarding... So this is like 3 to 4 days ago, and the actor guy couldn't be bothered to clear the giant scrap of paper off his floor. Maybe that murderer that supposedly died didn't actually die. So who do you suppose it is? The murderer that didn't die? Come to the Slug and Salad and Briar Road at 5 PM on the 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Okay, calling it once again, the actor dude is just the painter man. Would be funny if it was the actor. So he just wore a very convincing bodysuit. They make this out like it's related, even though we already know she got stabbed by accident. There's no way somebody actually went in here, Death Note style, and predicted that the Gary Depps would throw a fit and throw a knife out the window that would land in her back perfectly there. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road? Being the secret that Mr. Gary Depp's house is on. Or the street. Not the secret. Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was struck in the back by the knife. I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Did you ever find little critters in your salad? That's what you were doing in Briar Road that day. How doesn't this add up? Where's the inconsistency? I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Why would the torn scrap be in his room if he was the one sending the letter? I guess that's a good point. For some reason, I was just kind of thinking... I don't even know what I was thinking, honestly. That he was sending the letter, but then why would he have ripped it there? No idea, actually. For once in this entire case, I don't know why that is. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. I think it's because he's the one who received it. But wasn't it addressed to her or something? I mean, why would she get it? If he's the one... You think he just wanted to send her in as bait? And see what happens? Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I still don't get it. Why did she want to kill herself? Like, what reason did she have for that? I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Heartache? Okay. Might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green at St. Bartholomew's behind. Oh, this is a nice backdrop. It would appear we've reached the end of our investigative trail for today. Wait, what? This is all the clues we get? Mr. Naruto. Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow? I don't think so, actually. Unless it's going to be like, oh, he actually got poisoned by the gas leak in the house. Think you have an idea what may have happened? You wanna hit me with it, or you wanna have me guessing? There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's the feeling, anyway. And I'm wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baroque Bonzes. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning. Keep it to yourself, but you're gonna say Miss Green is the killer? Well, that's kind of what I originally thought, but my my reasoning doesn't add up anymore. Tomorrow will be a new dawn, a radiant dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at the crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Shams, are you going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. I mean, listen. Ace attorney cases always have a stupid twist to them. If your solution isn't dumb, then it's not the real solution, probably. I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot. Wait, that was a whole chapter? Yesterday we had 8 hours until it was like to be continued, and now it's like, yeah, 2 hours to be continued. GG's. Personal space, my guy. This is it then, Mr. Naruto. Yes. It's time to put an end to this now. the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. Do everything in my own small way. I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. Good, stay sidelined. Don't talk for the entire trial today. Good morning. Good morning. Look who's I don't care. Chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. You are not the main player, Mr. Ham. Oh, where's my hug? Yeah, he would be that kind of guy. Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. You seem the same as always. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. And the path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. This guy unironically uses the word female. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to your death, Mr. Natsume. And that was just an example. Ah, yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. What would that have helped? I'm trying to help you and get you out of a murder case. What could you have possibly offered me? I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. Swear to God, man. I've actually reached an important decision myself. And what sort of decision? I shall fill you in all at the trial, after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Jones isn't coming today after all. You want to bet he's already hiding inside, dressed as the judge? She is. So delusional when it comes to him. How's she of all people so starstruck? I don't know. I think Susato would be unironically the type of character to give her special fighting moves just English words as names because they sound cooler. Quincy vollständig, vollständig. I think they had a similar weird spelling with Sklaverei, but I don't even remember anymore. Honestly, it's kind of fire that the official translation is so messed up. Sklaverei, yes. Oh god. Like, somebody got paid for that. Somebody lied on their resume so hard. It's like the people that go to police announcements and so on and go like, yeah, I know sign language, I can sign, and then they just fucking do some Naruto shit with their hands. And deaf people have no clue what's happening. Just a small indie studio by the name of Disney. Stupid mouse. When the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. Really want that final Bleach part though, the animation is legit really good. The animation is really good. The general art style got such an upgrade. Like, I do like the Bleach art style, the old one. It's not crusty, it's kind of... But you notice it's old, it has that charm. Like, there's some old anime where you look at it and you just know it's crusty. But Bleach makes it work for itself. And I also like them messing around with the lighting a lot. I was caught off guard by Rihime having the most massive badonka since One Piece. Every time she gets to be on frame, they grow by like 5%. And it's also funny because just like in One Piece, she started out relatively flat. And then she just kinda exploded in boobage over the course of the show. I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. I always have to think back to that one scene where she's running next to Ichigo and 90% of the animation budget is just her jiggling physics. In the new one? Because if it's in the new one, I think I know exactly which scene you mean, because it's so distracting that it just burned itself into my brain. It's like it's the only thing moving on screen even though they're running. It's so memed upon, for good reason. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Chosen by the lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my head is sitting just right. Oh, well. I wonder if you could adjust my head for me, and please, as ruthless as you like. Hey, brother. Save it for after the trial. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the men at all. No complaining. It makes for a great GIF. Are there GIFs of that? Honestly, I'm surprised sometimes when I'm looking for GIFs and I don't find them. Also, it would have been so funny if this guy would have come in here with a black eye because his wife beat the fuck out of him for gambling away her money. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. Got me own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock into a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Von Zix, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendants too. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black team belonging to the blackguards in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Just checked on Discord, and there's one gif of her running and one other gif just zoomed in on the boobs. Classic. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in the little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. And then it's gonna be like, oh, actually it had poison, and then we're gonna put the black stuff in and it's like, oh, actually that wasn't tea. Well, the brains already analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. Okay, I guess, never mind. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Yippee! No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. So then, shouldn't we automatically win here? This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about right now? What? Huh? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Council. Don't fall for this bullshit. Exactly. Least obvious prosecution, strawman. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. It gotta be... I can't believe for once he actually pulled out bullshit just to make his point. Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, it sounds like we are going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heavens, oh hell! How do you command me to remember? Oh, sir, it was I, Shakespeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in my innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile, smile and be a villain. Oh, sir, oh, sorry, Shakespeare did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't ya? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting of my tail. Oh, indeed. But dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. As for a coward such as I, death be well deserved, but would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Farther east than Verona? Verona's in Italy? Japan is, in fact, further east than Italy, yeah? He's not wrong, I guess. He is on technicality correct. Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. To make it sound like Verona is in central Russia or some shit. I mean, even if it is, then, you know, it's still further east. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body though none was found in the tea. The first sentence is gonna be like, yeah, I swallowed the poison. And the Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. How? I don't know, man. When he departed by and by, and it used the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. This doesn't make sense because there's no tea ring around his cup, only his cup, or around Natsume's cup, only his cup. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea that did pour into the molds of soap. Da-dum, da-dum. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. Nothing he said made any sense. I mean, you know, it made enough sense to convince these dumbasses, but the normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. I'm sorry, elaborate on that statement. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, one of the police took the bottle back to his room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. I mean, in my theory, the treasure is hidden where Natsume lives right now. Don't jerk off your scepter in court, please. The treasure is hidden in Natsume's place, and he just tries to get him evicted somehow. So he can take over that flat instead. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Now, I'm still not sure how Actor Man, if he's not the painter, killed the painter. Unless Actor Man actually turns out to be the masked criminal, and it was just a costume. The Japanese man did come to my chamber. How do I press him? Which button?
Hold it!
Understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. All to thy prayers. Do I know thee? I know thee not. Think you know how he would have done it? I think it has to do with the whole connecting the two apartments, but I don't know how he filled one with gas. How he sabotaged the gas line. Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first D. Zounds, sir. Thou must learn the English tongue, for thou turnst thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. She was death by gas? Verily, and in truth, was a fine flavored brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. And that, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine, at Grub's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did I— wait, what? Sorry, I... Go here again.
Hold it!
Let me press you some more. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner wouldst I die, quenched than parched, would I have the choice. Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right, no ice coins means no eating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Did they even make tea if the water main was frozen? They explained that yesterday. I think Natsume bought water or something. He somehow got his hands on a bottle of water, I think. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasures, my liege. It's feigning distraction in our debate, nor did a drop of his own drink pass.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilled as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly, it was after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An absent cup was found on the table after the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here. It's true. There was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? I mean, kind of, yeah. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Get pressed, my boy. Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat, or to die. 'Tis life's only choice. Yeah. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and to mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the rose? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance! What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressing yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make our, or your, coins. I would never steal gas. Please, your court, you have to believe me. Officer, no! I'll give you some wine. To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Thus, 'Tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour onto the molds of soap. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Suzuki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in the courtroom today is as though everybody is against us. Must be the Reaper's poison, okay.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Show logic. What is this? Ye dark, eclair friend. The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery.
Objection!
Objection! As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Did he already break that rule last time? Or last game, I mean. Might want to keep that information to yourself. And yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. You are not gonna say what I think you are. To William Shakespeare. A wine bottle holds enough wine for 7 glasses. It's not just 7 glasses. Like, look at how bad his chalice is. It is more than a normal glass can hold. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Oh, actually, you know what? Go with that. Go with that, because that immediately proves us innocent and we win GG's. Because if he didn't use that, he must have used his own, which would have had the poison. Therefore, he could have not drunk poison tea. If he used 1 cup of tea for the coins, that clearly also didn't have poison in them, and the other one was empty. Eh? Couldn't be that. Yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. Oh, brother. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. I hate it here. What? I hate when they do. Yeah. Poor soul. I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. But where was the teapot? I don't think we saw a teapot anywhere at the scene, did we?
Objection!
And you just suddenly remembered now that you were made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories. I'm perfect, my learned friend. Which is why we'll rely on evidence instead. On the stove in the scene photo? But actually, also welcome in Asteroid, how you doing? Quad record. Wait, there actually is one. That's so unfortunate for us. Ziggs is kind of a bitch here. Yeah, usually he doesn't make stuff up, does he? I mean, he kind of pushes against us, but he doesn't go this hard, I feel like. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... Checkmate, bitch. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does this mean, then? I do declare. It means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about the thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Grub's Grubbery Ale House that night, nor did it pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose Bagby stooped as low as death. And on that, what did you dine, sir? What does that have to do with anything? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf that wouldst be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment were, it was served. But you gods will give us some thoughts to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye, wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant, Shakespeare. doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! It's gonna be Natsume. Natsume? Never mind, okay. I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense line. Could you stop hating on me? Hey, this guy's my #1 hater. He's not jury #1, he's #1 hater. By me? I do declare, you may be right. Oh no, the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. The wife? As Loyola, it says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? And leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. Nobody said that? If there's one thing that always goes in this chord, it's if people make shit up that doesn't work for us. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. I mean, we still haven't even acknowledged any sort of motive for trying to kill him. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't... Not yet! All time for our
Guilty.
second Uno reverse card here.
Guilty.
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 Where's the queen bee going along with this? Because she doesn't care. She's just gonna sue this guy as soon as this trial is over. So I think she just wants to speedrun getting her money. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? Again? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. They really should put a limit on those things. They are way too broken. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of this crime of which he is charged. As soon as they rework the legal frame, we're so fucked. If a man of logic, me, I'm sorry, dyslexia hitting me hard. I'm a man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. That's why you find my defendant guilty of trying to poison somebody else because you agree with the thief that gas prices are too high. What are you even saying at this point? This stuff explodes, and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Death to those who can afford gas? Why is everybody just yapping about the gas as like a motive for... What's happening here? Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at what the fuck? Is he gonna be the final case or the second to last case? It's like he got killed by his wife finally for messing around too much. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Are we actually going with the explanation that he got poisoned by the gas? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced a decision somewhat. But never mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Maybe we can get some other jurors? Maybe get some jurors that aren't directly involved in the cases. Maybe find somebody else besides the usual 3 plus 2 new ones. Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. I mean, who am I even gonna pin here? The people disagreeing on gas prices? How will that help me convince them that he's not guilty? I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must be logically guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite wait, hold on, I forgot. I can press these people on their stupid statements.
Hold it!
Explain yourself. All the evidence, you say? That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to a Japanese... Oh, sorry, that Japanese man with a big moustache. Says the Englishman with a bigger moustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. Only we had that kind of evidence. To start with, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? Well, try inhaling it and see why. It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. You can't die from inhaling natural gas, or rather, it would take ages. I don't believe that. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. Because if gas fills your lungs completely and there's no oxygen inside them, you would just suffocate. No matter if it's natural or not natural. It's true though, natural gas can only kill you via suffocation if there's nothing else around anymore. Yeah, so if she inhales the gas, then she dies. That unkempt moustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea, and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. He's not the one stealing gas! No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. Yeah, I'll thank you not to add to his charges. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I have quite made up my mind. It's It's as made up as the price of gas. Good one, actually. She can inhale the gas and there's still gonna be oxygen from the ambient air. Well, okay. That depends on how she's breathing the gas. I was thinking of like an oxygen mask straight on her face and the gas is the only thing she can breathe. Breathe. Not breathe. This stuff explodes. It can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. Tell me more about that. Could you please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think so? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can light or heat up a room. Ugh! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. What is happening? Also, why didn't we take her up on the job after we got excluded from being a lawyer? Talking about normal circumstances, you heard of a case where a woman tried to kill herself with natural gas and just sat in a room with the gas turned to max for like 3 hours before calling an ambulance because she reconsidered and felt dizzy. Easiest way for her to kill herself would have been a spark and send the entire street row up. Could you imagine she reconsiders, takes up the phone, and because of the electric charges in there, it sparks and explodes? Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It consumes a fortune to deliver it around the city to maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? Would legit be enough gas to basically tear away the entire street? Really? How closely packed were the houses? I mean, I get that the entire house has been filled and it's gonna be a massive fireball. Oh, you know, a house-sized explosion. Yeah, no, I guess I can see it. But also when I think of natural gases, I know it's not really a gas. It's technically a gas. CO2 is a gas. I always think of cave divers in a way because CO2 is heavier than normal oxygen. So there can be natural caves or like, I mean, yeah, kind of caves, holes where it collects in and no fresh oxygen goes in. So if you were to jump down there without checking first, you could just immediately fall dead because there's a lack of oxygen. And all the CO2 in there would rush into your lungs and push out all the oxygen that you had in there. There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about are wonderful fuelless explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted, What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. An explosion could hardly be described as nothing better. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know? More devious? Who, madam? There's actually a temple in Greece where they worshipped Hades and you're not allowed to take animals inside. Of course, the heavy gases collect the bottom, killing the animals, while the humans are fine. They used that gas coming up from the underground to sacrifice animals back in ancient Greece. That's super interesting. I didn't know about that. But it makes 100% sense. Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas, and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? If they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. How? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via the network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that was rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft. Capitalism, my beloved. They visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. I'm sorry, why are you getting in a twist right now? How do I talk to you?
Excuse me.
Was just thinking to myself, well, think to the courtroom. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir. Yes. Very trustworthy. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What? Huh? What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Wait, there was a real employee? Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. So we employ gas testers that occasionally take a whiff of other gas to see if it is ours or not. How does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Old-timey gas companies were kind of insane. Can you imagine somebody comes to your home nowadays, just rips something off the wall, blows into the gas pipe to see if in other houses the lights start flickering? Do you get how he died, the painter's boyfriend? I'm guessing that somebody came by, ripped the lamp off and didn't attach it quite right, and then the gas just filled the room. If upon blowing into a pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contact with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. And that's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. He has the stove turned on at night, somehow blew into the pipe, the stove turned off, and the gas kept pouring out. Wait, that would be insanely unfortunate. But I guess that kind of makes sense. But doesn't Mr. Natsume say that it happens regularly? Wait a second. You think it's not the company that's blowing in the pipes, but the actor dude? To smoke out the guy below him? Because the other fucks keep stealing gas? He blew down the pipe with all his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, do you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker. They went out, along with my stove. Gas started pouring into my house. Okay. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. "Are you trying to kill us all?" I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it must silently seep into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It happened in tiny few times. What do you mean, that's right? He just knows his wife's trying to poison him and he's still just this chill about it? This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get it at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. Maybe we need to get that man out of that household. Let the authorities help him. And you drink it anyway? Not our case. Not yet, at least. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? And what did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Oh, okay, so he's just an idiot and she's playing pranks on him because she hates him. She's trying to make his heart explode. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in the tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly. Unbelievable. Wait. Let's move on, please. That's gotta be a rough life, man. I'm not touching that marriage. Nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? What if a pipe passed his lips? Doesn't that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leanings? Sorry, what was that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on that night, the dick was laced with the poison. Have you been listening to me at all? Like, there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing? Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to breaking through. Dun, 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 dun. Yippee! Yatta! Should I save before I throw accusations around? Sorry, what? No, it's fine, I got it. Come on, stop yapping. Okay. It's not this guy. It's not this guy. Whoops, it's definitely this guy.
Hold it!
I pressed the wrong button. Why can't I fast forward this dialogue? Oh, because it's new. It's true of every building, because gas supplies contracts are issued for the whole property. It's not something we like to publicize, but we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers. That's so. It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably. It's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins... Yeah. Nope. How do I pit you? And... blow too hard into a gas pipe and you'll extinguish everything in the house. I mean, this isn't quite it, but those two statements clearly contradict each other. They don't really, but I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsumi's tea did, in a matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder. And did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there. I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Wait. Do you think... Okay, going just based on what he just said, something I didn't even think about. Do you think that he tries to kill the people in Natsume's lodging by blowing into the gas pipe? To smoke them out so he can get the treasure of the murderer guy, the murder thief guy. And because he did it to Olive Green's husband, or soon-to-be husband, she kind of knew what was going on. She, like, deduced it. And then she snuck into his room, smearing the poison on the pipe, so the next time he would try to blow into it, he would poison himself like a dumbass. That would be a crazy twist. That's what you're thinking? What a piece of work this man is. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest art thou, prithee? Is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. She sent him a letter to get him out of the way so she could poison the pipe, and that's why the ripped part was in his room. And then when she noticed that she failed her poison attempt, she kind of tried to end herself so she wouldn't face consequences. But I've been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. That's how you imagine all of this went down? I mean, most likely. Either she was trying to drink it, or it's probably the same one she used to lace the pipe. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Brother, pay attention. Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Are they all just fucking brain damaged? Like, what's going on here? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. Okay, shots fired. For shame, madam. Speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
Pipe fucker over here. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
That's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips on the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. The mental image. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ears, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of his gas lamp, making out with it sloppy style. What do I present?
Take that!
It's so weird without my controller. What the? Look at him pressed against the wall! That must have been a crazy night, man. I wish my nights were this crazy. Ah, jeez. These are... wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints. That were found at the scene. Skin Prints Council? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. Can you imagine they discuss whether or not fingerprints count as proof, and then they just went, nah, doesn't count. Fingerprints, DNA, that, you know, could be anyone, really. It's not worth the hassle. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. The last time we tried this, well, I guess it's the future from now, but the court just dismissed it. I doubt they'll permit it now. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow. That's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging picture lamp, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Honestly, I kind of forgot that that picture even existed. The whole handprint issue. Well, I wonder, would you have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... But I think this doesn't quite add up because it really just depends on the angle your arms take. I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare... Also, wouldn't there be prints on the gas lamp? Or is that just a pipe to blow into regardless? You don't have to unscrew it. Has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights and the entire building flicker. And now if you recall juror number 3's statement. Well, me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously that incident was an accident, however, a simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey. Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Objection! Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a submission examination, I must toast to my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Von Zix? This curious photograph, whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Yeah. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... Please, my lord, if I may... It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yo, nice work around Susato! And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. She's so smart. You're right. And whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare. The great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. She's so smart, they had to nerf him in making her the protagonist in the first case. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break my promise. No, wait! You heard this, lordship. Get cocked. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. I like how she congratulates me after she makes the winning argument here. Thank you, Miss Susato. But I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Humble. Why, Mr. Shakespeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it! Very well. Continue, counsel. I'm a man of logic, and having considered all the evidence, the defense must logically be guilty. I'm very interested in the results of the great detective's investigation at the scene, but I can't even press her on it. We're the ones who decide if the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, to my wife says, okay, how do I convince one of these dogs? Do I just pit this guy against the old man? It's gonna be like, oh, all the evidence points to this, and the old man's like, nuh-uh, and then they're like, oh, well, you know. Wait, it's only between those three? Are you kidding me? Okay, let me press them all again, I guess.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with a big mustache. Dun, 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 dun. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself. Honestly, everybody who knows the guy in person should immediately disregard his entire opinion. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsby had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that there was poison. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You make a very valid point, sir. What? Don't change your mind back, please. Ah, that's true. Stop! Wait, hold on! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So, it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruto, if we can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Any more proof I can give you? Do I have any evidence? Can I present evidence to them? Can I show that Mr. Shamsby really did blow down the gas pipe at the night in question? I mean, technically I can, because, what's his name again? Gary Det watches the lights, he knows what happened. I have supporting testimony? Yeah, that's it. I pressed the wrong button. How do I... No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there's witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. Honestly, I'm surprised that the B guy, the drone B meter man, never saw him blow into the gas pipes, considering he's supposed to be stationed outside constantly watching him. Oh, look at his portrait. What do we have here? This guy's 23.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Oh, I don't think he was listening. What? Is it actually B-Man? I don't remember him talking about it.
Hold it!
Is it Natsume? But Natsume wouldn't work. Because of course Natsume would say anything to save his hide if he's the murderer. So it's just he said, she said. Statement versus statement. They have to make these the longest dialogue trees if you mess up.
Take that!
I disagree with this choice, but sure, whatever game. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsumi said the following. My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamsphere's room. I left my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? So that Shamsphere fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however, you must surely agree, there's more to this case than meets the eye. Ugh. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. That's for jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. But you can win the summation examination and be like, yeah, you know, let's end it here. Call it guilty anyway. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering the decisions. 2 juror members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and, in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamsphere. My lord, how can thy humble Shamsphere serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations submitted during the summation examination? So God amend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. Your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. Could you explain that, eh? Free wine! I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been solid enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. Ugh. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, an established conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection.
Objection. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there.
Objection.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. So you're gonna argue that he might have drank the poison, and then in the 30 minutes before it kicks in, he put his mouth on the pipe, and that's how the residue would have maybe gotten there. So it explains nothing. I would make such a good prosecutor. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. I guess that works too. Yeah? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? And the answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far.
Take that.
I've run those bars myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lid is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fantasies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is, who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware that this man's trickery with the gas supply, and was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply, and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally,
The sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe, that was clear, and that was a clear retaliatory attack, can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Ugh. We just keep digging a hole for ourselves. Wow. He managed to turn that around on me so rapidly. Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our final chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. I mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, don't you worry. Oh, we know exactly what. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novel featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. Holy shit, he's just throwing it all around. He's going for the AoE. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before the disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? feel as though I've heard the name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim of the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. The incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course. Yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True. On the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. Still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there was another fact that links Miss Green to the case as well. And the defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you with Miss Green? What? Acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well. I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. To be continued. 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Good morning. It's bad enough having to deal with one of these people, and both back to back is just rough. Good morning, my dear fellows. Herr Lock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever. Maybe don't say that in court.
Can we just leave London? Can we just place Susano in Japan? Thought that he was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. And please, save your derision. I know that what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. And the truth is, I was determined that today would be the day, as sleep seduced me last night, I thought. I have a question about the other game, the Apollo Justice. Do they have completely new characters, or... Like, do they have their own police guy, or is it still Gumshoe there? Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companion. Such spirited determination has a beauty all on its own, does it not? They don't even really have a police guy? Wait, what? Ah, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I inquired. Why, time after time, they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Listening to this man is actually more damaging to your brain than watching TikTok. Apollo is just beyond unlucky in his story, his writing, and his choice of characters. I mean, we're gonna check it out eventually. We are... Well, we're not halfway through this game, but we're almost halfway through this game. I think we will definitely be able to finish this before the next Steam sale. Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Can we stop yapping? Whatever presuppose a proof by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder shows. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Cool. So could you maybe have also brought the bottle to the police, because nobody trusts you and I would rather have the police confirm that as well? Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Okay, since you are, you know, very happy about poisons, what's the longest a poison can take to activate? Like, what's the slowest acting poison? Poison that's actually able to kill you, not just cause pain, preferably. Forget it. Excuse me. I'm so jealous he gets to do that. I wish I could do that when I see this guy. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look of your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. Lead? How long after you take a lethal dose of lead does it take for you to actually die? My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. The poisoning can take months before it surfaces, and by the time it surfaces, it's too late. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamsphere's room? Not yet. It should be long now, though. Very early coagulants can kill you a long time after you take them. Huh. I'm here about something else. The dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamsphere's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's files. There's something in there that, well, caught my eye. That is a bad file. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it yourselves. Thank you. Actual useful police. The capital offender's file has been entered into the court record. These documents. How do I check it? Damn it. "18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes, was in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered." Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. So, which month was it when he died? Also, who was his cellmate? I feel like if it's Shamspire, that might be interesting info. How does one turn? Do I need to mouse and keyboard? So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make up your mind. At all? How do I move my... Okay. Include the details that were on the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I'll rearrange everything on the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Actually, I kind of forgot that we found that newspaper article in his room. Are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the killer in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. How much lead do you need to consume to get poisoned?
A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you now then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Suzuki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, kind of funny that prejudiced. Kind of funny that he's the one calling people prejudiced. The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord von Ziegs, hard to say since most people have passive lead poisoning that accumulates over years. Scary. So, Lord von Ziegs, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are, in fact, the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. Oh no! Big bathroom break. Actually, before we do the finale here, be right back. Yes.
You're aware of the reason. Wrong guy. Whoops. You're aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume.
Yes, the officer did explain.
Holy, okay.
He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And? You accept the charge, Miss Green? And you gonna plead guilty? You wanna help me out here?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in the affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gary Depp household. The incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I am under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? That's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks I feel on Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh, no. Of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspere. But what happened 6 days ago is nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road on the evening of the 17th of February. Witness and testimony. The evening of the 17th. It was 6 days ago, at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspere.
It was the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, What a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. And Suzuki's son was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Ting. The evening of 17th February. It was 6 days ago.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes. The incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with the awakening, and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally.
Hold it!
Hold it? What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought I might make a nice picture.
On the witness is a student of art. A city-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been less grating. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. It's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamsville, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago? Would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
It would be my pleasure, sire.
I was at the tavern on the eve. Why? It was the Slug and Salad where I did Terry, just a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Von Zeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Why is he helping me now? It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. What? Premium bread crust? Huh? I would have expected Grump's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your meats. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? Fuck you, my guy. Yeah, not everybody can be as rich as his lordship over here. How different can water really be? Well, drink some from the Thames and drink some from the ocean. Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment? Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. I don't think we have the letter though, do we? So Mr. Shamsware's own actions on that day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Do we? Did we get the letter? No, we don't. I wish we did, but sadly, I can't think of anyone at the moment. We find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there. We must present it to the court.
Hold it!
Hold it! What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. There was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. Honestly, instead of trying to swallow the poison after waking up, she should have just eaten the piece of paper, the only thing that links her to him. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. You wanna join in? Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire. Wasn't nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers at the same house. I would it were so, but sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So, you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yeah. Destroy the evidence, lady! Like, why do you Okay, well, why do you have me rooting for you, trying to help you out with the most basic stuff? I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. You should have thrown it away, really. Nobody in London has any brain cells. Too much smog. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Swear to God, man. Is it just a letter, or is it something I can physically look at? Hold on. What is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. You'd think that the Shamsphere guy that's so poor, he has to trick the gas company for heat, would burn the letter for heat as well. Connected? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. Can I look at the note itself? No? Okay. No, continue with your testimony, please, the screen. Straight into the insane asylum. Honestly, I'm kind of curious what it's like to be in an insane asylum. Or like a mental hospital. But it's probably weird to be admitted if you are not, if you don't need the help. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly. So, how could I have had anything to do with that? And yet, you still hold me here in the court like this, honestly. So, at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in a hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? Not at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. Which part was it? I think it was this part where he yaps about going to eat.
Hold it!
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well. I will present the code with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... do I pour the yellow envelope or this? I mean, I feel like both work here.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card. Okay. The green card! Oh my god, the mythical item! That's right, my lord. It reads... I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamsphere, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. You're trying to bait someone, maybe don't put it in an envelope the color of your name. Well, okay, I don't think that would tie anybody to an actual crime, but if you retrieve the note, maybe take the whole thing, or, you know, just leave it there, because who would trace that back to her? There's nothing that indicates that she's the one that wrote it. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsphere? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May I just show the other part of the piece? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Oh, Mr. Naruto, we pursued Mr. Shamsphere wonderfully here. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at least. Alright, now we need to pull up a really insightful objection somewhere. As I managed to expose this promising new angle, do I not just expose the same thing twice here back to back? Like, oh, it's this note that was also part of, you know, your place. And then it's like, oh no, it wasn't at his place. And I'm like, yeah, like... Oh. So it was delivered to my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. You sure about that? I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. Damn, imagine getting friend-zoned in death. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go. So you found out what the information was? At least he can't complain about it. Whilst on our way there, she was stabbed in the back, as my learned friend hopefully remembers.
Yeah, of course. Never made it to the meeting.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off end of the envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. Yeah? In my room? Mr. Shakespeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Broyer Road at 5 PM on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shakespeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Was he looking towards Zeke's? And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So, how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shakespeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You're so shocked you broke, character. You broke, thou were in my room. What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green,
Yes?
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be given false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know. Very well then, witness. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly, same both works, I guess, regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. The anomaly of the I can remember now. It was a week ago. Peradventure. That note was delivered unto me. The day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as far as torn off piece of an envelope, I don't know anything about it. So, what do you think is the villain? Elaborate. Now you claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shakespeare? Faith, do so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... Why? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. Solid argument there. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamsby's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? If I'm a fledgling artist, my job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, Consul. I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamsby's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired that note. Yeah, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. Dong. The anomaly of the note. I do remember now. It was a week ago. Hold on. Move it back.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, it is as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, is impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be twixt I knew him, and I knew him not. And then, 'tis with a foreboding that I be forced to declare we were, by some small measure, acquainted. Dubious dictatorship fan. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note. What a name, yeah, right? Followed the note's instructions and went to Slug and Salad. Presumably, there was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Mary, none will have the better of me, save for the lure of curiosity. And so, 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satisfied. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. And thereafter, in the evening, I shared the company of a Japanese fellow. Wait, I skipped too much, I think.
Hold it!
Even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire. This as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? What do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the Slug and Cellar, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. What, was he dumpster diving? What? Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. Can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. That wrong of me? No, actually that's very based of you. Thereafter. Hold it!
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice that it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I'm busied with greater ideas. You're so shit, not even flies like you. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in the interval. Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I'm busied with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yes, of course. Well, what if she just stole it before she got jabbed? It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? Giving her the silent treatment as well. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me! That's what von Sieg's getting at. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
To poison him? Seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. Can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Elaborate.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie. This fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I'm an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wings. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, Empo woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruto, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's place. Okay, so what kind of evidence do I have? Hold on. Do you remember now? It was a week ago. Pre-adventure note was delivered onto me. Okay. No problem here yet. The day written therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Cellar, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? You can point out the villain here. The piece of envelope. I don't know anything about it. What record mean? Apparently that's file about the convicted criminal. I don't think that's it. Seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with the tone of peace found at the scene of crime. Oops. Profile in possession. I mean, can I just present this strike 9? And be like, yo, it's kind of weird that this is the same, no? I don't think this proves anything per se. I'm just gonna present the poison.
Objection.
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare. Miss Green, you broke into the man's lodgings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room too? It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Instant death. Oh, order! Monster. Are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe to intend to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, it's a very good point. No, it's not, because he tried to kill Natsumi, and this guy was just imprisoned the whole time, so why would he do that?
Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Your local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Monsix. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for the very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into his gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell with the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. It resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are clear now.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. When you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witnesses? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Gary Deb's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague... Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsphere blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ugh. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You. You mean you? Duncan Ross? Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamsphere. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsphere, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Yeah, kinda, yeah. Listen, I'm kinda correct at my job. I can accuse 2 people at once.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamsphere have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You've completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. And what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. No vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity, yeah, of woman. But in any case, Whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key on the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with the terps of a piece of wire. No awfulness, oh artfulness, oh journey, oh profanity of a woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Did she empty out the tin box? Eh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. There was color in his face before. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it.
No, What's all this about? He inherited the key? What would be the trouble of him inheriting the key, huh? It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So, that if it means you can't open something now, I don't care. So what if it means you can't open something now? Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. Mr. Shamspears tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard, because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, Counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that?
Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
Ah, I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. And that's how the papers summed it up.
It seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict at his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. Because of some flashy papers? I mean, what else is gonna happen back in old school London? If you're not in time for Jack the Ripper, then it's just boring news, really. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is? Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? There's a false charge, I tell you. A false charge! I feel like that would be the easiest thing to check if he's the cellmate or not.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death is noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? Because he wants the lodgings, because that's where the loot is, you dumb fucking judge. Pay attention. Take your medicine. There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garridet's lodging in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Suzuki Natsue, the defendant of this case, no less. And so you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time, to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah, it's the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell. Yes. Shamspeare. It's mine. What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Okay. But Mr. Shamespeare? It's all lies. £1,000 in around 1850 would be 93k in today's pounds. What the fuck? That's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? Fucking inflation going crazy. After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth. I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man— oh really? You think? But it seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of the loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. We sure are one observant fellow. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. Okay? Seems that £1,000 in the 1900s is £157,000 in today. That's even crazier. I mean, honestly, both work for me. Like, even if it's just quote-unquote £93,000, I would take that in a heartbeat. But if the inflation went to 157, that's actually even crazier. There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. I mean, the police constantly search everything and constantly miss things. I feel like the argument the police already searched is really holding zero water. Honestly, if somebody in this universe told me, oh, the police already searched the area, that would make me more inclined to go search there. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece of the complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Wait, what? Huh? We got it? Is it in the bar of soap? Is it in the gas meter of that room? Because they have unique keys? But wouldn't the guy that comes in to check it just, you know, open it up and see that there's nothing in, or would see the loot? I don't know why this is still here. Why is this here? Is it just the— it can't be that hole in the wall. There's no way, that's the wrong apartment. I think you may well have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden. I mean, I'm gonna Hail Mary on the gas counter, but I'm not confident at all. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense in my mind. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Oh, he's hitting the gritty. It's our last chance. So it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? To locate it? Wait, we can use the powder.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken. Those are Mr. Sham's by his handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based. Bank of England says goods and services costing £1,000 in the 1900s, or in 1900, would cost over 106,000 in June 2025. Cost of goods and services perhaps inflates differently from value of jewels, gold, and so on, considering there are different markets. That is true, but I also think that we can go by just basic value here, considering that this guy would have just sold them to get the money, probably. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. The Sherlock Holmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Mr. Reaper, it's been so long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Okay. Why is he antagonizing him? He does know Lord Von Zieks then. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? On skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something to the individual has previously touched to make on the indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding elementary. So we can just use the key, technically? So now, Mr. Naruhodo, yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering your help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Suzuki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in this old room. I would like to present a person, actually. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot, and something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. And so, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Take that woman with you to create a solution. The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on the surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skinprint seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamsphere, as one grade to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. And so, Mr. Shamsphere, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Okay, how does this help us though? I don't understand. Because his whole plan is to just not admit to the crimes he committed. Now that he doesn't even get a reward out of it, why would he then just admit to murder? You know, at least he gets to live if he doesn't admit to it still. No matter what we do with the loot, his best play is to just keep shut. No. Give the key to me. The detective shan't have it. Also, it's kind of weird that we get to do this, considering that it's technically his property. And we just do all of this based on assumptions. Someone needs to pay us? I guess it's fair, but I doubt they'll let us keep the loot. Admit your guilt. Whoa. We hear exploding confetti. God damn. Wait, did he dab? His final dab. I never intended to kill the man. Why do you admit to it? I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. And so, you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods?
Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Gerrit really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Oh, Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
So why didn't you just break in? You know? Just crack the lock? go in while he's arrested? Well, I guess because all the police were swarming around. Never mind. Stupid question. Mr. Shum spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted to return to his room, you once again tried to your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove on his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Sick burn. Actually, Act 3, Scene 1, Show of Prosecutor. Is it? Maybe they had a different one. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. You read the damn thing? It's the same scene. Hamlet apologizes over his dad's Okay, listen. I don't doubt that you read it. I'm just honestly impressed that you, by heart, know exactly where it happened in the script. You had to interpret the monologue? Okay, maybe it's just a my brain issue that I would delete that info from my brain as soon as I wouldn't need it anymore. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? Yeah, you know, since you're about to get married anyway, why don't you just sleep over at her place? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we... Okay. But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, I've been left with bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a moustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove is gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. The publican is the pub owner. How could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how a gas company goes around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Oh, you mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to a gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Black market? I'd never been. I'd just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? It's kind of crazy that she buys extreme poison before she's even sure what happened. It's like, just in case, I'll get this poison.
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective.
Prepared?
Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
Mr. Shamsby was innocent. Nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamsby. And then I wrote him this little note. Bing. If I'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamsby followed the instructions to the letter. It worked out where the gas pipe was straight away.
Oh, I worked out. I don't know, I can't read anymore. It's all wrong voice. Get it to the letter? You do in fact get it. And so I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Easy. So can we now pronounce the not guilty verdict? Because those two killing other people is really none of our business here. When you were first stood in the docks before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes.
And once I certainly didn't envisage walking at one with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green? Yes, my lord? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamsphere. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamsphere, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green. Oh. And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamsphere didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. Glad you're here. This made it so much easier for me. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. I don't think we should sympathize with the murderer. The court declares that you exonerated from all blame in the matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We're in full agreement, my lord. It's so easy. Court is adjourned. Now skedaddle off to Japan and never talk to us again. He 100% will come back in the end credits of the game. But hopefully only for a brief moment. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Also, Susato needs to come to Britain real fast. I don't want to hang around with just Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Or maybe, I forgot her name. Riley? Or something? The blonde girl that keeps stealing from Iris, but she's like, eh, fuck it, keep the gun. Maybe she'll become the assistant. Her and Iris, I find, would be acceptable. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant moustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again! You saved me. From doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with
and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of the literature. Steve is just Victorian Larry Butts. Yeah, honestly I can see it. At least this guy can't just jump all kinds of jobs to annoy us, no matter the case. The city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, you did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English and that so far been hiding from behind a wall of horn. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are humans. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever your nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. That's a weird lesson to learn here, considering in the first trial case, wasn't he super anti-British? Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? No, please, you're such a good character. Please stay. Oh no. Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my. So, you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful. Oh, well, no. I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustar. It's the same reaction that one guy who invites himself gets when he has to leave early. Suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. Dude, I was... Back in the day, back in school, me and my friends were having a little party with a sleepover involved, and another dude basically invited himself to it. And then I think he even left early in the morning the next time and couldn't help clean up. But for some reason, I don't know why, the mom of the guy where we were staying then asked me if I'm the guy that invited himself, and I got so irrationally angry at that. You know, that's not something you want to be accused of. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Kinda rude of her? Yeah. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, You have once again emerged victorious from the battle with the Reaper. Ah, oh, that's very true. And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is the one I quite understand. My goodness, yes! This was such a terrible prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure. Can we just hurry this along? But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So... how does this have anything to do with the Shadow Government? Does it have to do with the 1,000-pound treasure? The guy that died under mysterious circumstances due to an quote-unquote illness in prison? Suseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict and his former lodgings. Are you gonna leave that hanging, or are you gonna actually show something here? Oh, thank God. If they would have blue-balled me here until the end of the game, I would have been very cross. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Rexy's been happily munching in agreement, and this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously it might have been closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the... what's that? A blood-stained collar with a bee on it. Huh. It's huge though? Maybe it's for a human? Secret slave trade? Hold on, wait. Are we going there? Look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see where it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Wait, it's a belt? That doesn't look like a belt. That's so crown jewels? Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There's some sort of dark stains. They could be blood. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Oh, Iris said it could be a belt because she's small, I get it, okay. And then of course there's this emblem here. The large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel like the British people present would know if this was something with the Queen. Yes, I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could it have been? Maybe in God King, Emperor, Chief Justice of Mankind's possession? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Oh, yes. Get your grubby hands on that, you lot. And hand it over. No! Never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Blood from the first victim of the vampire prosecutor? Oh, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. Has to be wine. He spilled wine on his dog. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as a basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. Talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the moustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait! A word please, Aris? Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case! Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Seiseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand.
The voice acting was so shocking I dropped my stuff.
I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
The British jump scare.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
And I kind of like how this plays out so far. Lengthwise, it's always perfectly just at the or near the end of the time slot. Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Wait, what? Austrian Empire, the Great Exhibition of London. The United Kingdom. The Great Wheel. Ottoman Turkey. What is that giant space laser? Well, we shall see that the next time on the Great Ace Attorney. However, tomorrow will be a break day, so I will be back with more on Wednesday. More mysteries. And apparently some clearance into the greater overarching plot now that we're halfway through this. Alright. Get excited for some wacky inventions and hopefully new characters now that we brushed off the entire past. See you then. Bye bye. See ya. Oh yeah, of course. Thanks for checking out the stream, as always. Bye.